Senior. 1, 2, 2. 1, 2.
Amen. Not sure why.
1, 2. Come in.
Can I just type here and then check if the people
Yeah, only.
everyone attendees. Okay. Okay, let me log on Zoom. Oh, also, there's a presentation. Can I just send it to you? I'll just email it to you.
Where is the presentation coming from?
Two.
Oh,
Just the nature of his very slow.
can we try it again?
1, 2. I'm just going through. 1, 2. Testing.
Delay.
You're right.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
I'm the head of department for social development Upper Epondweni. It's time to start with our program, and as per tradition, sayivula ngomthandazo and ask Miss Christine Moremi to come forward azosivulela ngomthandazo. Izama.
I'm going to do a Christian prayer. Those who don't follow the Christian religion, you can meditate in your own religion. Let's pray. Father God, in the mighty name of Jesus, we come before your throne. You are our Lord, you are our God, in you we trust. Thank you for this day. Thank you for your mercies and your grace that have made this day to be possible. Lord God Almighty, as we start with this program, we ask you to lead whatever will be done in this venue. Modimo o maatla ka moka, re tshepile go wena, o tla re dira ka go loka. Jesu kgoši ya legodimo, be there for us today, lead everything and guide us. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, ma'am. This is a launch of the policy on prevention and elimination of harassment and violence in the public service world of work. It's a launch. I just hope the Premier is not a reflection on the province, that the launch on harassment and violence in the province takes place in the Eastern Cape. Honorable Minister, I hope that's not the case. Thank you very much. And my assumption is that it's a national launch and all of us are supposed to be here. But let me first take this opportunity to acknowledge the Honorable Minister, Minister Buthelezi, the Honorable Premier of the province, Udia, so that there is no inconsistency. The High Commissioner of Canada, Mr. Christophe, MEC is present here. MEC Fanta, MEC Consequence, MEC for Social Development, and MEC for Rural Development and Agrarian Reform, the Public Service Commission, Resident Commissioner is also present. The DG, nobody fake DG, the DG present here. Thank you very much. All the HODs, I saw the HOD of Education, the HOD of Health. You will indicate to me if other HODs are also present. All the colleagues from around the country, from the various provinces, and colleagues from within the province. Colleagues, let me also acknowledge the head of ILO, International Labour Organization, Mr. Mabele. He told me, Premier, that Ngualapa Alice, Umkaya Walapa Alice, Miss Modira from Salga. We acknowledge Miss Truma Bokwe from Rise and Shine, representing Disability Rights Awareness. Acting DG again, Mr. Nyiko Mabunda, Mr. Nyuka Mabunda from DPSA. The government of Canada is also, in addition to the commissioner represented by Sean Flanagan. I hope I'm not leaving out anyone. But all of us, the leadership, we appreciate your presence here today. We also appreciate the fact that colleagues from other provinces have taken time to come to this launch. But just to dispense with that issue of representation, is the Eastern Cape in the room? AP Eastern Cape. Okay. Is Western Cape in the room? Is Northern Cape in the room? Is Northwest in the room? Is Mpumalanga in the room? Is Gauteng in the room? Is KZN in the room? Is Limpopo in the room? Did I leave anyone behind? Free State, we won't be able to cross over to Gauteng if I leave out Free State. Free State, where are you? All right. Free State has joined Western Cape virtually. All right, thank you very much, colleagues. That is the representation, Minister and Premier, of the provincial departments, up Pondweni and nationally. We are now supposed to have the national anthem. Thank you very much. May we stand for the national anthem? Thank you very much. Without wasting any time, let us invite the Honorable Premier to welcome us and make opening remarks. Premier.
So must I put mine on top of this one? Thank you very much. Program Director at HOD, Machemba from Social Development. Greetings to the Honorable Minister of Public Service and Administration, Minister Buteles Ushenge, the High Commissioner from Canada. Greetings to the Honorable MECs that have been also acknowledged, the representatives of International Labour Organization, SALGA representatives. I've also seen our Public Service Commissioner in the province is also in our midst. So many HODs. I've seen so many HODs, a couple of them here in the province that are here, and all government officials, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Molo now. Siyalibala ukubulisa wena. Sibabulise bonke abantu. Molweni bethu na ephondweni. Welcome to all of you in our province, the province of Eastern Cape, and to be specific, welcome to the metropole of Buffalo City. Eastern Cape Shenge is called a province of or a home of legends. We're saying so because this is where wars were fought over 9 years. Nine wars that were fought over 100 years. That's a correct one. So here we know very well what is it to be liberated. So it's important that we always respect human rights. I think the day is about human rights, and the day is within 16 days of activism against gender-based and violence. And it's so important that we highlight that, but also this is the day that is also acknowledged internationally as a day for people with disability. So it's important when we meet like this, we always highlight the inclusivity because it's about the transformation we are pursuing. We are in a country that is hard at work to rebuild itself, transform itself into a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous. So the prosperity of our country cannot happen if this country cannot be united, if this country cannot address the national question being non-racial and non-sexist. The reason that in our constitution, Minister, we don't refer to a man and a woman or a male and a female, we refer to a human being as a person, is to acknowledge the importance of these human rights. This is long overdue, but finally we're here, and we do really appreciate this policy instrument to curb what has been disturbing a phenomenon that has violated the rights of our civil servants. Sadly, many of them have suffered in silence in fear of further victimization, while the cries of many others have fallen in deaf ears. Many left job simply because of being sexually harassed and decided to go home and just stay at home because there's nothing that can be done. The boss is in charge. And the boss always like to say, you cannot do anything about me. I'm in charge. Everybody is controlled by me. Of great concern for me is that women and young females who are joining the public service are affected the most. On the main, they are asked for sexual favors with promise of jobs and promotion by their male supervisors who are abusing their positions of power. Hear me well, I'm not saying males are not victimized or harassed in the same manner, but women are the primary victims. This is a serious form of gender-based violence that is taking place in our workplaces every day. You can imagine that every day you spend not less than 8 hours at work, more time of your day you spend it at work. But that's a place that is hell. What kind of a human being is that? Minister, we've been always trying to find out. I've been asking this question in the administration here since I became a premier. What makes people who are working at Mercedes-Benz and the Volkswagen and elsewhere report 99% at work? And they appear to be very good and productive and efficient. But the same people are staying in the same townships where many of our government employees stay. But government struggles. At most in government, you are at 50 above. You've never get into 90% the employee presence at work. There are stories. You get reports that people are in St. Mark's, and at the center, there is someone who's really doing bad things to other people to end up being there. These are really things that we should all condemn and make sure that they don't have a space in our daily lives. It is with my wish, therefore, that all of us who are gathered here can commit to implement this policy to the T, and not let it gather dust in our filing cabinets, while women and young females suffer horrendous acts of harassment in the public service. So this country is not going to go anywhere. These are most productive people. They're productive at home. They're productive in the country, socially. You need them at their best if you want to see the prosperity that this country has been promised of. I must highlight, Minister, that this policy comes at a time when the public service is inundated by the reports of sex for jobs scandals. The Eastern Cape is not immune to such scandals, which violates dignity of women and young females on the main. I hope that that was not a basis of taking a decision to come here. We embrace the decision that we host this national launch. We like to be always ahead of the curve of everybody else. So this awareness is going to put us at a correct pedestal to ensure that we're reaching out to all our people out there. Imagine the psychological trauma to a young female graduate who has to endure sexual requests from his boss every now and then. This behavior messes up lives, it destroys marriages, and it must be stopped on its tracks. People who are harassed commonly experience a range of mental health conditions, including stress, anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress disorder, which has an adverse effect on their performance at work and on their social life. But we have learned over the years that harassment is not only sexual. Other employees are bullied, discriminated, and verbally abused by their superiors and colleagues to such an extent that they resign from work. As the Eastern Cape Provincial Government, we are opening channels for victims to report incidents of harassment. We're emphasizing assurances against retaliation, confidentiality provision, and interim protective measures during investigation. We are also granting victims of harassment access to counseling, employee assistance programs, or legal support services. I'm happy that my chief state law advisor is here as well, Mr. Rupert Fortune. Consequences for the perpetrators include disciplinary action ranging from the warnings to termination, depending on the severity of the behavior. Today, we want to pledge our endorsement of the policy and commit to implement without fear or favor in the Eastern Cape Public Administration. We'll reprioritize resources to empower our human resource units to manage the implementation of this policy effectively, DDG. We commit to lead by example by actively addressing complaints or violation without bias, even they involve senior staff. You spoke about in case where it is the HOD, an accounting officer. You didn't mention the case where it is the principal itself. But definitely we must have recourse in whatever it happens. That must be able to be dealt with without fear or favor. We'll establish clear reporting and case resolution processes through supporting transparent and fair investigation procedures to address complaints. We do not want people to plead ignorance. Thus, we will promote awareness and training for all employees to what entails harassment in the workplace. We have no other choice but to implement this policy without fail to protect our public servants from harassment. Public servants are instrumental in reinforcing our state, improving service delivery, and lessening the vulnerability of our society and economy. Achievements we have recorded in 30 years of our freedom and democracy are largely due to our public servants. This includes advancement in our health, education, and social programs, as well as investments in infrastructure for roads, housing, and economic development. The contribution of public service to our democracy uphold the dignity of our people, promote gender equality, and fortify the essential organs of our state, driving our developmental agenda and societal transformation towards multiracial, non-sexist constitutional democracy. Their professionalism, dedication, empathy, and unwavering support for our transformation agenda serves as a beacon for all the people of our province and the country. Let this policy be our way of showing our commitment, of showing our public servants that we have their back against those who make their work lives a living in hell. We dare not fail our young people. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. Correction that Mr. Mabele is not the head of ILO in the country, represents the head. Mr. Mabele is the technical specialist for health, wellness, HIV, and TB. Thank you very much. At the right time, we will profile him more accurately. I see that the policy says harassment and violence, and traditionally we will be familiar with sexual harassment. I'm sure there's a reason. It probably means it's broadened to accommodate other forms of harassment which previously had not been accommodated. In social development, we would call this a social ill. Harassment and violence, we would call it a social ill. Maybe we should still call it a social ill in the public service. And we should appreciate the fact that the public service keeps on updating its policies and procedures in dealing with the matter. To avoid Lando Yala Program Director Mwabeni Apele Shumayela. Let me go straight to the presenter, Ms. Moremi, to come back and make the presentation on the policy on the prevention and elimination of harassment in the public service world of work. Let us give her a round of applause as we welcome her back.
Good morning once again. Minister of the Public Service and Administration, Mr. Shenge, the Premier of the province, Baba Oscar Mabuyani, the High Commissioner of Canada, the ILO, Mr. Simpiwe Mabele, Salga, represented by Guitumelo, UNDP, represented by Cindy, all the MECs, the Public Service Commissioner, HODs, DG of the DPSA, Mayor Lisoma Makasi, represented by Mr. Nyuko Mabunda, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you. The presentation is not here. I will have to get off the podium. Sorry? People will be asking themselves, why are we saying in the world of work, not in the workplace? I'm going to teach you today. I'm here in the Eastern Cape. My workplace is 546 Edmond Street. But I'm here in the Eastern Cape working. So I'm in the world of work. So this policy will protect you when you are in the world of work, not only in the workplace, as mine is 546 Edmond Street. When I'm here in the ICC, this policy protects me. Our Constitution protects the right to dignity, equality, labor practices in terms of the Bill of Rights. The public service as a workplace is obligated to provide a safe, healthy, and amicable work environment and shall take steps to maintain this. Section 6.3 of the Employment Equity Act states that harassment of an employee in any form or unfair discrimination is prohibited. Professionalization and professionalism requires a safe working environment to all the employees in the public service. The next slide, please. The purpose of this policy is to establish a mechanism for prevention, elimination, and management of all forms of harassment and violence in the public service world of work. The next slide, please. All of you have received a bag with the policy, and the objectives are in the policy. I'm not going to go through the objectives. You will get the objectives inside the policy. But I have to emphasize this. This policy is guided by these principles. Zero tolerance towards harassment. Harassment will no longer be tolerated in the public service world of work. We are going to focus on prevention and elimination of this harassment in the public service of world of work. We are going to protect the rights of all the employees in the public service world of work. Our employees in the public service, they don't want to report because they are afraid when they are walking in the passages. Everybody will be told, telling their stories. Confidentiality is key in this policy. False allegations. Those who falsely accuse others will be dealt with severely. The next slide, please. The policy will apply in all national departments and all provincial departments. As departments, we sign service level agreements with the service providers. All the service level agreements that we sign This policy must form part of it. It's going to protect the employees of the departments and also those people who come and work in the departments, because as employees, we will take advantage of them and harass them, or violate them, or they might also take advantage of us, harass us, and violate us. So service level agreements must make sure that they have this policy in them. The next slide, please. The definitions will include violence and harassment. You all have the policies there. Sexual harassment, sextortion. I was happy when the Premier was talking about sextortion, where people are promised favors in relation to their promised favors in relation to them being taken. You understand, we are all adults. Gender diversity and vulnerable groups and discrimination. The next slide, please. Physical harassment will not be tolerated. Sexual harassment will include things like physical conduct of a sexual nature, verbal sexual harassment, non-verbal sexual harassment, sexual favoritism, and sextortion. The next slide. Discriminatory harassment will include things like racial harassment, gender-based violence, religious harassment, and disability-based harassment. Psychological harassment is also part of this. Bullying is also part of this, and retaliation. The employer's liability. This I have to go through. The heads of departments, they will be liable for actions of an employee if the head of department fails to take corrective measures after an incident of harassment has been reported or have come to their attention. The heads of department are liable for medical expenses, assessment, and treatment of an employee who has experienced harassment. The heads of departments are obliged to take reasonable steps to provide protection measures. And the heads of department are obliged to take reasonable steps to assist the complainant of harassment to claim compensation accordingly if the incident resulted in the employee developing a medical condition. The next slide, please. The head of department will appoint a harassment advisor in their department. They will be guided when they appoint a harassment advisor. They will be guided by knowledge and understanding of the policy. The person must also be psychologically and emotionally stable, must be compassion, must have compassion and the ability to maintain confidentiality, objectivity, good communication skills, good listening skills, and investigative skills. The heads of departments must ensure that the policy is communicated in their departments and the employees sign that they have heard about this policy and they have been trained about the policy. This will help us prevent harassment in the workplaces because people will be knowing about the policy. The next slide, please. The DPSA will review and disseminate the policy to all government departments. The DPSA will provide advisory services to all departments. They will support departments with training initiatives, and they will monitor the application of the policy in all government departments. The next slide, please. The harassment advisor is the person who will provide consultation services, will provide advisory and guidance services, will provide information related to the management of harassment and violence in their departments, and they will implement a test of harassment so that people cannot come and make false allegations. The test for harassment will help us to see whether harassment has really happened or it is a false allegation. The next slide, please. The harassment committee is mandatory. Each and every department must have a harassment committee. Members will be nominated by the head of departments. The committee is bound by the same rules of confidentiality as the harassment advisor. The committee should be equitably reflective of the demography of the department, and the committee should be trained as soon as they are nominated. The next slide, please. Managers and supervisors. They will have to take all reasonable steps to create and maintain an environment which is free of harassment. They will know and understand this policy. They will communicate this policy to all employees. They will undergo training on the policy, and they will respond appropriately to the complaint of harassment from employees. And they will take appropriate actions when instances of harassment occur under their team. The employee health and wellness teams will provide relevant counseling and support when required. They will encourage employees who may report incidences of harassment to them to report such complaints of harassment to the advisor, and they will maintain confidentiality for all harassment matters reported. The employees, that is us, all employees, we have to refrain from harassment of other employees in their workplace. If you are harassed, report the harassment immediately. If possible, tell that person in writing or verbally that you are not happy with their conduct and that their conduct is offensive and unwelcome to you. Treat fellow employees with respect and dignity. Know and understand the policy, and know who your harassment advisors are in your department. The time frames have been changed and they are aligned to the amended code that was reviewed in discipline management. The test of harassment, I've already said, this is where we test whether harassment has really happened and take it further if there was harassment or deal with false allegations. I'll pass this slide. Education and training. All employees in the departments must be trained and know about this policy. Even our service providers must be trained and know about the policy. The next slide, please. The head of department will take steps to communicate this policy. It's their responsibility to communicate this policy and make sure that all the employees in their departments have signed that they have read and understand the policy. The next slide, please. All government departments will report to the DPSA on the 30th of April on harassment cases. I'm about to finish, Mr. Matiamba, don't chase me. The next slide. If the head of department is the perpetrator, the executive authority becomes the person that appoints the harassment advisor and make decisions on the case. And this dispute resolution, should a complaint of an alleged harassment not be resolved through departmental internal procedures, the complainant may, within 30 days of the dispute having arisen, take the matter to the CCMA. The next slide. The procedures are there in the policy. These are the 11 procedures. I will not go through this, and I think this is the end.
Bossy, thank you very much. Really, Buhame. No, I was not intimidating you, ma'am. I was just getting ready. But thank you very much for assisting us with time. Will we please give another round of applause? Seriously, ladies and gentlemen, this is a high-level presentation. Our responsibility then is to go to the document and read the presentation, the policy, and not necessarily wait for the training that DPSA and Office of the Premier will arrange. Let's go and read the policy. It's an update on what we already know. So as practitioners, as managers in the space, we are familiar with these things. It's refinement. It's dealing with the latest development. Without wasting time, ladies and gentlemen, we will now invite Mr. Mabele to come forward and make a presentation on behalf of ILO. Mr. Mabele has almost 30 years of experience in education, training, and development. He's got extensive academic experience in education psychology, labor law, public health, and management of development, with a focus on workplace health and rights, with a focus on workplace health and wellness, including addressing GBVH. Era is supposed to be F, harassment, la H, matters relating to rights at work, gender and equality, diversity, inclusion, HIV, TB. He joined ILO in 2007 and currently is providing technical support and guidance to 18 countries in East and Southern Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give Mr. Mapele a round of applause.
Thank you, Program Director. I'll have to request the Program Director that I stand on all the protocols that were established earlier. But I have to make special greetings to the Premier of this province as the host, Dado Oscar Mabuyan. Honorable Minister, thank you for inviting everybody from the country as well. Thank you for reaching out to the ILO, the High Commissioner of Canada in South Africa, the members of the executive in the Eastern Cape province, and other senior officials that are here. Program Director, you'll have to allow me to make 2 disclaimers. The first one has to do with this introduction, which is unprecedented. I'm sitting here and I'm listening. I've never been introduced as somebody, and I'm also introduced as somebody who is not. So I wasn't sure how to handle it. So I just decided, let me just say, my name is Simpiwe Mabele. I am here representing the ILO. Full stop. The second disclaimer, Premier, I have a condition and I wasn't sure whether I should actually share it because I thought it has subsided over the years. I have a very strange condition which is called medically asymmetrical blinking. And what this happens in simple terms, my eyes do not blink at the same time. As big as they are, one eye blinks and then the other one would follow. And you can imagine how awkward that can be, because if you are looking at the direction of people like yourselves and one eye is blinking, Minister, you may think I'm sending some signals. And I want to put it up front. If I'm looking at your direction, please do not get offended, especially that we are talking about harassment. Wait for a few seconds and then the eye will blink. Minister, I have few minutes to convey the message from the ILO, but I do want to indicate that South Africa is a member state of the International Labour Organization. And South Africa has ratified one of the ILO conventions that are related to this work out of the 26 that have been ratified. So it is really an honor to stand before you today at this launch. This event marks a significant milestone in our collective efforts to create a safer, more respectful, and inclusive working environment. Harassment in the workplace is a global challenge that undermines human rights, equality, and dignity. Around the world, 1 in 5 people have experienced violence and harassment at work. It is recognized as an occupational injury and a form of unfair discrimination. In South Africa, the Labour Relations Act and the Employment Equity Act have long addressed harassment in the world of work. However, the evolving nature of work and the increasing awareness of various forms of harassment necessitate continuous improvement and adaptation of our policies. Almost 10 years ago, we witnessed the Department of Public Service and Administration implementing the policy and procedures on management of sexual harassment in the workplace. This was a crucial step forward. However, with the adoption of the ILO Convention on Violence and Harassment, commonly known as C-190, in June 2019, which South Africa ratified in November 2021, we recognized the need to broaden our scope and strengthen our commitment to a harassment-free workplace. This revised policy is a testament to our dedication to this cause. This policy, which aims to promote working environment that is free of violence and harassment and victimization, it also emphasizes the importance of respecting others' dignity, privacy, and equality. We particularly note the key changes in this policy, especially the expanding of the definition of the world of work, which was emphasized by our dear colleague. And it covers location where an employee is on official duty. We also commend addressing all forms of harassment, not just sexual harassment. And they clearly define different types of harassment. I would like to commend South Africa for its leadership in ratifying ILO C-190. This convention is the first international treaty to recognize the right of everyone to a world of work that is free of violence and harassment. As of now, 45 countries, including Canada, have ratified Convention C-190, whilst more countries are expected to follow suit in the coming years. So this growing number of ratifications reflects a global commitment to address violence and harassment. It is crucial to recognize that violence and harassment in the world of work do not affect everyone equally. Intersectionality, which is a concept that was coined by Professor Kimberly Crenshaw, helps us to understand how different aspects of person's identity, such as race, gender, disability, sexual orientation, and many more, how these intersect and create a unique experience of discrimination and harassment. For instance, we have groups that identify as LGBTIQ+ individuals. We have persons with disabilities who often face compounded forms of harassment that are not adequately addressed by policies that focus on single aspects of identity. So by adopting an intersectional approach, Minister, as we implement, we can better address the root causes of harassment and create more inclusive and effective policies. The launch of this policy is expected to increase awareness and knowledge of its existence and contents across all departments. We anticipate that the departments will adopt and implement the policy, fostering a culture of prevention and accountability in the public service. Today's launch coincides with the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children, the United Nations initiative that runs from 25th of November to the 10th of December. This also includes the period that focuses on National Disability Right Awareness Month, which we celebrate from the 3rd of November to the 3rd of December. So these campaigns highlight the intersectionality of our efforts and the importance of addressing harassment in all its forms. So as we launch this policy, I would like to call upon all of us, including an equal stakeholder, which we refer to as organized labor. And I want to believe that we do have trade unions in the House. We call upon government, we call upon all those employed by government, the leadership, organized labor, policy implementers to commit to its principles and support the implementation of this policy. So let's work together to create a public service environment where everyone feels safe, respected, and valued. As I conclude, I would like to express our gratitude, not only as ILO, but as part of the United Nations, to the Department of Public Service and Administration, the Office of the Premier in the Eastern Cape, the High Commissioner of Canada, Cornwater International, and other partners who have their unwavering support. Your dedication and collaboration have made this policy a reality. So let us move forward with the determination and unity, ensuring that our workplaces are free from harassment and violence. And together we can build a future where dignity, respect, and equality are the cornerstones of our world of work. Program Director, as I conclude, I would like to refer to a quote that I worked on since 2000, and it goes as follows. I open quotes: safety and respect in workplaces are not optional. They are essential. So stand up, speak out, and make a difference. I close quote. Thank you.
Unpinned. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker joined the Department of Foreign Affairs and International Trade in 1999, Canada. at headquarters. He has served as Executive Director, Southeast Asia, Director of Communications, Afghanistan Task Force, Press Secretary, and spokesperson in the Office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Communications Manager for Team Canada Trade Missions. Abroad, he has served various positions in Kenya, the Philippines, Afghanistan, and was ambassador to South Sudan from 2018 to 2019. Most recently, Mr. Christoph served as High Commissioner in Nigeria and permanent representative of Canada to the Economic Community of West African States. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. James Christoph, the High Commissioner Designate of Canada to the Republic of South Africa. I hope and pray there's no disclaimer.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. Honorable Minister Buthelezi, Honorable Premier Mawani, the representative from the International Labour Organization, Mr. Mabele, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to be with you today on such a special occasion. And a special thank you to the Premier. This is my first visit to the Eastern Cape. It certainly won't be my last. And I look forward to coming back to meet with you, Premier, to talk about a range of things. But good morning again, everybody. As a fellow public servant and a leader within Canada's public service, I share your commitment to creating a respectful workplace that is free from all forms of harassment and violence. And I know that Canadians and South Africans alike hold their government institutions to a high standard, and we should. And in fact, just as I was sitting at the table and just looking up at speakers, I noted the phrase, and I hope I pronounce it correctly, botopele. Close enough, maybe. But I would just say, in reading what it means, putting people first, that is the sentiment that really underpins so much of what we're here to recognize and to promote and enforce going forward today. You know, our publics look at us to lead by example and to consistently demonstrate ethics, integrity, and respect in the work that we do and in the services we provide. Through Canada's support to the Strengthening Ethics and Integrity Project, we've been providing technical assistance to the Government of South Africa, particularly the Department of Public Service and Administration and its Ethics and Integrity Unit since 2018 with our partner, Cowater International. This partnership has played a key role in supporting the DPSA to increase accountability, efficiency, and transparency within public administration and ensure the delivery of gender-responsive services to the South African people. This aligns with President Ramaphosa's 2018 commitment to combat corruption and build a society characterized by decency and integrity, where the plundering of public resources won't be tolerated. Over the past 6 years, we have worked together to establish and strengthen systems and approaches to further several priorities of the Government of South Africa. These include the introduction and effective implementation of lifestyle audits by developing a comprehensive framework, an implementation roadmap, and essential tools and training. By resolving the backlog in discipline management cases, which will reduce costs, prevent further potential losses, and recover funds lost to corruption, all of which have had a direct impact on public service delivery. And the review, updating, and launch of this comprehensive policy on the prevention and elimination of harassment in the public service world of work for which we are all gathered here today. Throughout many years of partnership to strengthen democracy and inclusive governance, including through the development of South Africa's constitution,
and our support to building a capable state. We have been ever mindful to ensure mainstreaming of gender equality and inclusion as integral components of a more effective, representative, and cohesive public service. That is why the timing of today's policy launch during the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence and on the United Nations International Day of Persons with Disabilities is so special to me and all of us in this room. Because despite our many efforts to create the workplace, public service, and society that we want and deserve, we must also recognize there's a lot of work that remains to be done. Whether it's to prevent incidents of harassment, including sexual harassment in the workplace, through a shared definition and understanding of appropriate conduct, or to promptly and appropriately identify and respond to such incidences when they occur, or to ensure more equitable and inclusive approaches to recruitment and promotion processes to ensure our leaders and public service truly represent the citizens they serve. Our responsibilities as public servants are many, and we must all work together to reach our goals. Robust policies such as this one help us do that. And we count on each other and every one of you for ongoing commitment to ensure that this policy moves from paper to practice. Let us take this opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to fostering an environment where every individual is treated with dignity and respect, where ethical conduct is the foundation of every action, and where integrity is at the heart of public service. Canada remains committed to working with South Africa to turn this vision into reality. Giabonga Nkose, thank you, merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner Masphinde Sibethe izandla. Today is the 3rd of December. It is what we have termed the closure of the Disability Month. In one of the sessions we held in the province with the disability sector, one issue was raised that, the people that can, that are able to hear amongst those with disabilities, but there are those with sight challenges. And the disability sector is requesting, or should I say demanding, a braille, that when we print pamphlets, we should also be deliberate in making sure that pamphlets, posters are printed in braille, and that posters are in wide font, big font for those with limited sight. I'm just raising this thing because all of us are seated here as responsible practitioners, managers, but also as political and administrative leadership, that we have committed that we will deal with this. I hope with asinifakanga under the bus, but this is a fair request from the disability sector. White font, big font, braille. Without wasting time, ladies and gentlemen, most of us seated here come from national departments, they come from provincial departments. It's national government, provincial government, but there's local government. Whilst there's no presentation on local government, here, Boitumelo Modiga comes from Salga. She will then talk to us about the plans on how to cascade this and implement this at the local government level. Let us give her a round of applause as she comes to the podium.
Greetings to the Honorable Minister, the Premier, and the MECs, the representative from ILO, the High Commissioner of Canada, DGs, HODs, and all the colleagues. Before I start, I would like to make a disclaimer. So I am representing Salga, however, I service Salga internally. I do not engage with the municipalities, but I appreciate the platform that I have been given by my institution. So as Salga, we welcome the policy. We believe that it's a progressive policy. And one of the things that I have picked during the presentation that was done in the policy that I believe would assist some of our colleagues is the test for harassment. If I were to talk about my experience, it's very difficult when you are having a case that deals with sexual harassment, because it's one word against the other person. So I think this test would really assist the HR practitioners when dealing with such kind of cases. And also the fact that we are going to have harassment committees now. And also the term harassment has been extended. And I have 24 years of experience dealing with cases which are related to misconduct, grievances, and so forth. But if I were to share cases that relates to harassment in the workplace, they are very disturbing and concerning, especially when one is a parent. In most instances, you would see that a case would concern a learner, for an example, or a person who's an intern in the workplace. So this policy, I think, is going to assist those vulnerable employees. And the policy also clearly explains how the steps that needs to be followed in such a kind of situation. So we really applaud you for that. And I think it will be a take from our side as local government as we learn. So what is our plan as the local government in terms of how we're going to implement this policy? So maybe colleagues, let me share with you our organization in terms of representation and implementation. Salga is an institution that is actually established under the Constitution. So if you look at Chapter 7 of the Constitution, it makes reference to the local government. And it says that local government must organize. And that is why we are having Salga today. So as Salga, we are the voice of local government. We represent local government. Our responsibility includes to lobby, to advocate, and to advise. So we are not in a position to enforce the legislative frameworks. So while we are working with local government, what we do is we advise on them, on the policies and the legislations. We engage with them and labor to come up with collective agreements. So when I speak to collective agreements, those are the agreements that can be enforced in local government. However, our pledge today as local government is that we are going to make sure that we work together with national government so that we can improve on our policies and also our legislative frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Another round of applause, please. We are now about to go to the tea break, but I just want to raise one thing on this issue of harassment and particularly sexual harassment. I just want to lift one thing, Premier. The Eastern Cape province started implementing formally internship in the third term from 2004 onwards. There had been volunteers previously and there was no formal arrangement. But the harassment of these interns, particularly sexual harassment, TVET learners, started from then. I'm just raising it that this is one vulnerable category of employees, or they're not employees or contract workers because they would like to be employed. So there has been this challenge. It continues to persist. Now I'm talking Eastern Cape, Omnia, Uteta, about another province. I'm just lifting that as management, HODs here, management here, let us pay particular attention to the protection of this most vulnerable category within the space of work. Tea break is supposed to be 30 minutes. The time now is 10:25 according to my watch. We use my watch, 10:25. And by the powers vested in me, tea break shall be 20 minutes, not 30 minutes. 20 minutes, not 30 minutes. So at 10:45, we shall be back. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
environment free from fear and intimidation. To create truly inclusive workplaces, we must move beyond mere compliance with disability laws and towards a culture of genuine acceptance and support. This means providing reasonable accommodation measures, such as flexible work hours, quiet workspaces, and assistive technologies. It also means fostering an environment where neurodivergent employees feel valued and understood. Education and awareness are key. Employers and colleagues must be educated about neurodiversity and the strengths that neurodivergent individuals bring to table. This can be achieved through training programs, open dialogues, and by promoting neurodivergent role models within the organization. Moreover, it is crucial to involve neurodivergent individuals in the conversation about work policies and practices. As you know, our slogan is nothing about us without us. And their insights can help shape environments that are not inclusive, but also empowering. By doing so, we can ensure that our workplaces are places where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. In conclusion, embracing neurodiversity in the world of work is not just a matter of fairness. It is strategic advantage. By valuing and supporting neurodivergent employees, we can create more innovative, dynamic, and successful organizations. Let us commit to building workplaces where diversity in all its forms is celebrated and where every individual has the chance to contribute their unique talents. Happy Disability Day to me, Engos.
See, because this is true. Indaba yestage. There's a building, the new buildings, esizakhayo, and we forget about people with disabilities. Let us accept the point about a ramp. Let us accept that. Asazi uba uyadonate umuntu ngale moto. But if you are not donating, please contact the program director. Thank you very much, Sis Tuma. Any round of applause, please, for Sis Tuma. Thank you very much. In addition to the key components of the policy that I'm leaving this house with today, difunde neurodiversity. Now I'm going to speak English. Neurodiversity. Thank you very much, System. It's important for leadership, administrative leadership, because we don't have time to go to training. That this awareness, is insert so that we are taken on board on critical topics. Thank you very much for Mkhabulo, the disability rights awareness system. We are not going to waste time. Ngoku, we see a round table as we invite Sindiswa Matiso from UNDP. Yabona ke Sindiswa khange introduce ngoku ya, and there's a disclaimer up. Uthi khange introduce. And most multilateralism, partnerships, and donor support is very important for us in the province. So, introduce ngela xesha but elibona eli right introduce wedwa usisindiswa Mathiso is going to facilitate the round table discussion. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to have you. While I call all my panelists, I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Premier, Mr. Mabuyane, Mr. Mabuya. Mabuyane, yes. How can I not know my Premier? Oh dear. It's because we call him dear most of the time. And I would like also to acknowledge the Minister of Public Service and Administration, Inkosi Mzamo Buthelezi Ushenge. And I would also like to acknowledge the High Commissioner of Canada, Mr. Christoph. Also, Mr. Mabele Simpiwe from the ILO, from the United Nations. He's part of us. And I would also like to acknowledge all the MECs that are here, the heads of departments and trade unions, if they are here, and the public sector as well, and the public, and the disability sector and the Public Service Commission. And I would like to say good morning to all of you, friends and colleagues. Today we are here launching this policy at the home of the legends. This is my home, by the way. When I met Udia at the holding room, he said something very interesting. Uti, aningathi nibuye Geneva nje. That's what he said to me in Simpiwe when we said we are coming from the United Nations. The ILO is part of the United Nations, and I'm also from the UNDP. The UNDP is a sister agency as well to the ILO. I'm sure you are aware of the other agencies, your UNAIDS and WHO and the other UN agencies that we have. I would like to call upon my panelists to come and join me. And all I want to say is the fact that in reality, there is no question about the importance of this policy. The question we need to ask ourselves is, how are we going to ensure that this policy is implemented and that this policy benefits our employees, who are the main assets of any organization? We are all aware of the fact that harassment is a human rights violation. And harassment and violence in the workplace, it doesn't just undermine the well-being and the dignity of employees, but it also hinders organizational effectiveness and societal progress. My name is Cindy Mathiso. As I have said, I am responsible for the well-being of staff across the UN agencies in South Africa. So this is a topic that I'm very passionate about. I've seen quite a number of employees leaving the world of work. I've seen quite a number of employees resigning. And in most cases, they do not just resign from the organizations, but they resign from the people. They resign from the people who are the perpetrators of these abuses and harassment that we're talking about today. To my panelists, I would like to call upon, let me start with DPSA. Let me start with Nyiko Mabunda from DPSA. Can I have you, Nyiko? Nyiko is responsible for gender, disability, youth development, and employee health and wellness. Is also responsible for transformation in the DPSA. I would then like to call upon Boitumelo Modiga. Boitumelo is an HR business partner responsible for talent acquisition, transformation, and employee relations. She will be representing municipalities, even though she did a disclaimer, if you remember. She did say that she works internally within SALGA. And I would then like to call upon Simpiwe Mabele, my colleague. Simpiwe is part of the ILO team, International Labour Organization. We've been told to say International Labour Organization so that it doesn't get confused with IOL News. Because we are so used to calling it ILO within the UN system. Simpiwe is part of the ILO team supporting gender equality, non-discrimination, diversity, inclusion in East and Southern Africa. And Simpiwe joined the ILO 17.5 years ago. It was so good when I joined the UN to see someone I know, someone I'm familiar with from our province, from the Eastern Cape. And lastly, I would like to call upon Shona Flanagan. Shona is the head of cooperation at High Commission of Canada. They are one of the development partners. Thank you very much, colleagues, for joining me. And thank you for agreeing to be part of these discussions. I am hoping for robust and insightful discussions with them. And I think we will be answering some critical questions that you are having. Definitely while you're sitting there are questions that you have in your mind. And these are the distinguished panelists who are experts in this topic. Let me take a seat. I'm happy that I'm seated next to you, Nyiko. And I'm also happy that you are responsible for the health and well-being of staff in the DPSA. In my space as a health and wellness specialist, I have seen quite a number of staff members not wanting to even be part of the organization. I remember one particular person who said to me, Cindy, I don't even want to come to this office because this office is a trigger to me. And some who have resigned from the workplaces, they would say even the mention of that organization brings some emotions in me. It's a trigger. I do not want to be part of that organization. That's how bad and that's how it can affect our employees. Nico, let me start with you. Can you kindly give us a brief overview of your organization's role and responsibility in preventing and eliminating harassment in the workplace? Over to you.
Thank you so much, facilitator. I'm rising on the protocols that have been raised. Dia and Shenge, please forgive me. I think next time I'll sit on the other side to avoid being the first person. But on a serious note, one of the key, the responsibility of the Public Service and Administration Department is to set norms and standards. And when we talk about norms and standards, are the things that are supposed to govern us as public servants on how, firstly, we behave as individual public servants. Secondly, how we treat each other. Then thirdly, how we then deliver services and make South Africans feel about the government of the day. So those are the three critical things. When we talk about Batupile principles, it will be key for us to achieve those three areas. So those are the three key things that to make it practical on how we make each other feel. When we talk about the public service, it's not policies, it's individuals. Last week we were celebrating the Batupili Awards, where the minister was recognizing people that contribute highly to the productivity of the public service, as well as to each other, and how we as South Africans experience the government and services in the public that are offered by the public services. We also met with, we were also the Africa Excellence, Health Excellence Awards. And one thing that shocked me is that when you look at the health sector, you have twice as much reporting of harassment in the health sector than in any other sector in the public service. So it means that the reason why we complain about bad services in the health sector, it means that it's people that are stressed already. It's people that are, sometimes it's because they work in very close quarters with each other. But also you have young intern doctors, you also have young nurses that are coming in and people trying to take advantage of them. So we need to find a way of monitoring, firstly, what is happening in the specific sectors that we've identified. So we've identified health, we've identified education, because that's where most of the things are experienced. We're also happy that in partnership with SALGA, we'll be rolling this policy out to the local government sphere, so that even those individuals that are at the coalface of service delivery, they are able to deliver those services without a violent workplace. So the next big thing that we're also trying to do is that without good data, we won't be able to see what the problem is. I'm sorry, Premier, last year we received a report from the province, and we found out that in the education sector, in 2022, you reported that, in 2021, you reported that you had about 370 sexual harassment cases. In 2022, it comes, you have 0. And I responded to the colleagues, and they are here. I responded to the colleagues, right back to the province, and congratulate them and say to them, come teach us how you managed to get to 0. Because we don't believe that is true. Either you have stopped counting, or the perpetrators have managed to silence everyone, or you are quite good. You were able to eliminate harassment in the province. So you must teach us. So we are working on a new integrated human resource management information system to allow employees in the public service to report directly on the system anonymously, so that we can have this good data to know what is happening, what are the allegations, and how do we deal with that. So those are the policies and the initiatives that we're taking in addition to this policy. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Nico, for such a detailed explanation. Buitumelo from Salga, can you please give me a brief overview of the organization's roles and efforts in preventing and eliminating harassment in the workplace? Over to you. Oh.
Okay. But they can hear me. Okay, so colleagues, from Salga, I think our mandate is very clear when it comes to harassment in the workplace. We want to send out a very strong and clear message that harassment is not going to be tolerated, especially at local government, as we are also trying to professionalize the local government. I'm sure some of you are aware. So the steps that we are going to take as an organization is that, firstly, we normally have our labor conference or seminars, which are held annually. We recently had our labor conference in March. And one of the topics that was discussed in that seminar was harassment in the workplace. And as I have alluded, as an organization, we have provinces across the country. We have 9 provinces, and we have specialists, HR specialists, who engages with the local government on policies, on collective agreements, on the legislative framework. So as Salga, our intention is to ensure that we capacitate the line managers so that they become aware of the processes that needs to be followed when they are faced with cases that are related to harassment. And I think imparting of the knowledge to the HR practitioners is important, because when one is faced with such a case and they do not know the processes, then you have a situation where you would have, and you will pardon me, a zero number of cases. So in that, I think, if I may put it in that manner, as an organization, we intend to ensure that all the cases that are reported within the local government are being dealt with to its finality. We don't have any withdrawals of cases. And also we have HR practitioners structures wherein they engage on policies and the legislative framework. And this is one of the policies that will be taken forward so that we can exchange to see where we are lacking in terms of our policies or collective agreements, and we intending to improve on them while we also engage with labor. Because if some of you are aware, we at local government, we don't only implement policies, we engage with labor first. And once we have engaged with labor, then we take the legislative frameworks to the bargaining councils. Then once they are approved at the bargaining council, that's when we implement them as collective agreements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tumi. Simpiwe, can you also give us in this room a brief overview of ILO's role and the efforts in preventing and eliminating harassment in the world of work? Over to you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Cindy. There's a term that I was avoiding to use, but this question now is putting me into a corner. And this is a familiar term in South Africa, and it's called tripartite. Now, in the International Labour Organization space and the UN space, the ILO is referred to the only tripartite agency of the United Nations. And in this context, tripartite means we work equally with governments, 187 of them. Equally, we work with employers, that is commonly known as private sector. And then we equally work with trade unions as well. So this is very significant, Cindy, because the International Labour Organization is an international labor standard organization. So all we do is to generate standards for the world of work. And there's about 405 instruments that has been developed by the ILO since 1919. And one of those is the first and the only standard currently that is focusing on violence and harassment. So I wanted to indicate that is the level at which we would influence how to address violence and harassment in the world of work. The second element would be, because the ILO has 187 member states, we then look at the ratification of these standards. And I indicated earlier that this particular standard, known as C190, has been ratified in 45 countries, including South Africa. So that's another influence. The third level would be, once a standard has been ratified, the member state has an obligation to either have a specific legislation, or it could be a policy, or it could be a code of practice. So in this particular case for South Africa ratified in November 2021. Then South Africa, through the Department of Employment and Labor, developed and promulgated a code of practice on the prevention and elimination of harassment in the workplace. So now we're saying South Africa will be adopting a policy on preventing and eliminating harassment in the world of work. So that is the level of influence that the International Labour Organization would have. But I don't want to forget the other side, which is more the practical side now, where once these standards, the policies are there, they require practical application. Individuals, people that are working in various spaces are required to be the champions in terms of these policies. And that is where now some principles, and I just want to highlight 3 of those. Learning as 1 out of 3. And what it means, we now have to learn, because the evolution in terms of the issues that are coming up regarding violence and harassment requires us to acquire new information. That's the reality. There's information we're not aware of, which then has to be brought into the fore. But the second principle would be unlearning. Because if now we are used in doing things in a particular way, habits that sometimes are very harmful, we're going to have to unlearn them. And that's what policy direction is all about. Unlearn the toxic, the harmful practices in the workplace. Then the last one, Cindy, would be relearning. Because of course, if you had to unlearn to use a particular terminology, if you have to unlearn, Premier, I was in Gqeberha in September, going around the country with employment equity, and one person raised his hand and then said, Mabele, what is wrong with ukungas? And yes, I may respond from a normative point of view because the ILO standard that I'm talking about, together with this policy, Article 1 says, any unacceptable behavior that is affecting the other person, even if it's a single occurrence, you don't have to do it 2, 3, 4 times for it to be wrong. A single occurrence. So those are some of the things that we're going to have to relearn, Cindy. So balancing the normative approach together with the practical aspects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simpiwe. Shona, same question goes to you. Do I have to repeat it?
I don't think so. I think I can just share from maybe a different perspective of a member state who is also going through a constant state of renewal, a constant state of transformation, and also reflection to better, capacitate our public service, to make sure that our public service is providing services in such a way that the public has pride in the work that the public service does. I think from my perspective, I've been a public servant for over 15 years, and I've seen how this agenda has shaped over the course of my employment in the public service. And I think one thing, just to add, I very much appreciated your comments in the sense that we have norms and standards. That's sort of the job of ILO globally, as well as the DPSA here, as well as our Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat back in Canada. They set the norms and standards, but I think what I've learned over the years is that the context really matters. And this is where the various line ministries, the municipalities, and the broader employee representatives, such as trade unions, really play a key role. Because each of those pieces are necessary to understand what the actual experience of workers is in the things that they do, whether that's in plain face to the public and their interactions with the public, or within the confines of the public service and how we relate to one another. I think all of us can appreciate that we need to feel safe and healthy in the place that we work. It's a constant challenge. But I think what I've also seen within the Canadian public service, which I think I could say is fairly highly regarded, particularly in the areas of human resources management, as well as inclusion, is that it takes a real sound understanding of the context and the experience of the workers. And that's where the various pieces come together to establish that picture. And I think over time, what I've also seen within our various departments is representation also matters. And so increasingly we've worked on more wider ranging policies to increase participation of women, Indigenous leaders, as well as, other equity groups, whether it's persons with disabilities, persons from the LGBTQI community, to provide avenues for proper representation within the public service. And I think that allows also our leadership to be mindful of the various perspectives of the people that make up the public service. So I think I've also seen movement by the employees themselves to establish networks. So we have a number of networks within, for instance, my department and across the public service that focus on diversity, equity, inclusion. We have a women's network that is very active. We have an LGBTI committee that is very active. We have anti-racism committees that are very active. And I think this is really the piece where we have avenues for our senior leadership and our elected officials to understand the lived experiences of various workers within there. And what I liked about your presentation earlier as well is talking about intersectionality. So that's, you know, a very important concept and a reality that many people live, is that they become marginalized on multiple fronts and feel quite disgruntled in that space. And so creating a workplace that is truly inclusive really requires participation. It requires all workers to work together to also be part of creating the workspace that they long to have. Thank you.
Okay. I can clear. Thank you very much, Shona. I just want to give Simpiwe a few seconds to explain ukunwasa.
You know, I do feel like Sindiswa is putting me on the spot here, but I accept because it's actually important that I explain this ukunwasa. In case we have left somebody or someone behind, which I think is the case, Commissioner, right? So ukunwasa is a term. I may not necessarily have the direct translation, but it's showing charms towards somebody else. Now, it is not necessarily an unacceptable behavior per se. However, until the person you are showing charms to can confirm that I like it or I don't like it, the issue then is we border along the lines where somebody may not like it. And that's the context in which the question was asked, where I was to say, what is wrong with that? But then it means we're going to have to educate each other and allow people to speak up, because many a times it has been normalized without consideration that the other person does not like it. So the reality and the practicality of implementing the policy would be, when I do not like the behavior, I speak up and say, I don't like it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Simpiwe. I'm sure by now you all know what it means. Ukunwasa. Okay, I'm coming to another round of questions. But you know what stood out for me, and what was very interesting from what my distinguished panelist was the fact that there was a report that there are no cases of harassment. And with experience, I have also learned that there's quite a number of people who don't report these cases for obvious reasons. Maybe I'll mention two reasons. Firstly, they do not trust the system. I'm hearing everybody nodding. And secondly, it's issues of confidentiality. Because once you report it, then it becomes a corridor talk. And no one wants to be a corridor talk. And maybe the Premier said something also very interesting about the fact that in other organizations, you find 90% presence at work, but somehow within the public service, there's usually absenteeism. Remember, we call it, even if you are sick, you know, organizations who have absenteeism policies, when you are sick, it's still termed absenteeism because you are not at work. But sometimes you are at work, you are present. We also have a term called presentism. I'm sure you know it. You are at work, but there's not much you are doing. You are just there. I have to steal it from my language. And I think I'm happy that I'm in my home language. It's easy to say it, meaning means you are just there, but you are not working. And these are some of the reasons that we struggle with. It's because someone has been affected by harassment, hence he's not being productive. My second round of questions, Nico. I think someone has said it before in one of the speakers. Harassment is very subtle. It can be very, very subtle. And I want to ask you this question. How does the policy align with the broader goals of DPSA? You might have answered partly. And in ensuring that we create safe, healthy, and inclusive workspaces for public service employees. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Cindy. You know, in 2012, we tried to create a policy for remote working for the public service. We did a lot of work, researched, went around, and when we were done with that policy, in fact, we even came here into this very same venue where we met with the heads of the departments. And the minister then was Minister Nglesi, I think is also from this province. And the first question that we were asked when we presented it for approval was, where are your people right now? And we couldn't answer. We're like, no, they're working. Like, no, that's fine. What are they working on? I'm like, no, we have the APP, we have the AOP, we have this and that. Like, no, tell me, if you say you work with Brapule, what is Brapule working on now? So we couldn't answer that question. And we couldn't answer that question. And because we couldn't answer that question, the minister said, I'm not going to approve a remote working policy framework for the public service until you can tell me what each and every public servant is doing at a particular time. I won't be able to say to you or to have confidence to allow you to say to public servants, go work at home or from wherever. So for me, that is a matter of productivity. So whether we are able, Premier, to achieve 90% presentism in the public service until we know what we are doing when we are there, it means nothing. So we have to take it a little bit further by saying that when we want people to be in the office, are they safe? Do they feel safe? And do we have the systems to allow them to be productive or not? So that they can be present, but also be able to earn the rents, the public rents that we are paying them, or that we are being paid as public servants. So there are, I firstly spoke about the issue of an integrated human resource management information management system that we're supposed to work on. And that's what we can do to be able to know when I open my laptop, do I open it to watch YouTube videos? Or even when I'm watching YouTube videos, am I watching YouTube videos that are related to my work or not? You know? So we need to get to that capability of data governance, management, and analytics to allow us to know if someone is busy Googling sexual harassment, violence in the world of work, not to spy on people, but we must be able to have anonymized data that says to us, why is this individual doing this? It happens, we do get reports that are anonymous, that's anonymized, that say, in this department, the majority of people are Googling sexual harassment. And we need to find out why. Especially if you are not Christine and you are not working on a policy on the elimination of harassment in the workplace. So that's one key area that I think is quite critical for us. Because if we don't know what's happening in the world of work, then we won't know where to intervene. And that's one critical area. We will be coming up with a policy and systems to deal with that. And we hope that our partners that are here will be working with us to do that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Nico. To me, how can local governments support the implementation of this policy at the municipal level? I remember you did mention a little bit when you were doing your presentation. Over to you.
Thank you. So, colleagues, like I have alluded before, local government currently in the space, when we deal with issues of harassment in the workplace, we still make reference to the Employment Equity Act of 1988 in collaboration with the Code of Good Practice. Unlike at your national government, because the national government would utilize the policy. So we as local government, what we are intending to do is to look at the handbook that the municipalities currently have, the local government currently have. And when we look into this handbook, we need to look at it in comparison with the policy that the DPSA has come up with. And I believe this is also a learning exercise for the local government. So whatever we don't have in our handbook, and it's in the DPSA policy, and we see it as being progressive, like I have mentioned, the issue of committees, the issue of having the test for harassment. Those are the things that as local government we need to adopt so that we have a zero tolerance stance against harassment in the workplace. And to even go further, what we are intending to do, we are going to have sessions with our HR practitioners, including our IGR. We are going to engage with the Intergovernmental Relations Department or unit because it's responsible for drafting of our policies or legislative framework, if I may put it that way. So we are then also going to engage with unions so that we come up with frameworks that can be adopted at the bargaining councils as well to ensure that we eliminate harassment in the workplace. But also what I would like to share with my colleagues is that we should not forget about the disciplinary code, the implementation of the disciplinary code in the workplace. Because when we abandon the implementation of the disciplinary code, it means the perpetrators are getting away with this, how do I put it? There's violence against women. Thank you for that. So colleagues, it's very critical that we also ensure that we train our line managers and we also empower our colleagues in the workplace in terms of their rights. I think I should end it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Dumi. Simpiwe, I think you alluded to the fact that South Africa has ratified the convention, the C-190. How does ILO's mandate and international labor standard influence the development and implementation of this of policies like this one, particularly in South Africa?
Yeah, no, thank you, Cindy. I think I will just add maybe to this question an answer related to the principles around implementation. And there's actually a few, and I want to start with the first one, which is consultation, continued consultation. And I am borrowing two of the four pillars of decent work. And one pillar of decent work is about social dialogue, where in the world of work, ongoing and consistent consultation is imperative. Government has a dual role when it comes to government as an employer. The one part of government, yes, is a policymaker. So, Honorable Minister, the policy is in place, but there's a second role that government has to play, where government as an employer. So we shouldn't forget that there is still a role that government has to play as an employer, but there's an important stakeholder that has to be part of these consultations, and these are workers and their representatives. And we have platforms in South Africa like PSCBC, whereby the government, yes, would participate as an employer and also as a policymaker and the trade union. So it's important to make sure that there's consistent consultation. The second one is inclusion. We have to make sure that we do not exclude anyone. And many a times, there are groups that are excluded, not by intention, but perhaps we need to have more education. Persons with disabilities are often forgotten in terms of ensuring that. Let us make sure, and I'm linking it with what I indicated, intersectionality earlier. The third would be diversity. We are now living in a world where people identify in different ways. And sometimes we do not like, or sometimes it's not conforming with our own values. But the issue is we then tend to discriminate people who do not identify as we identify. And these are all now source of some of the harassment and violence that would happen. Then the issue of different sectors, whereby we need to acknowledge, and once again, I'm looking at DPSA as an employer, bringing various government departments which support different sectors. And these sectors have their own circumstances in terms of violence and harassment. And it's important to make sure that health, you look at your circumstances. As much as you may be experiencing issues related to harassment, they may be different from education. And the final comment, Cindy, if you look at ILOC 190, which we have observed that this has been recognized by this policy, the issue of third parties when it comes to harassment. And what I mean by third party, remember there is an employer, and in this case, it is government. There are employees, workers who are working in that space, but you are servicing the public, and the public becomes the third party. And I am aware that health, in this case, the patients would be the third party. What happens in that harassment? So these are all elements that needs to be considered in terms of influencing the operationalization of the policy. Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you very much, Simpiwe. There's a lot of talk. I'm coming to the floor. Okay, Sherman, the question I have for you, can you please share any good practices or success stories from other countries that could be applied to the South African context? Thank you.
Great, thank you. I think one of the other questions I had was around partnerships, so I'll kind of put them together. I mean, I think research and an evidence base is critical to us all defining, what the situation is in our respective countries. It's also essential to defining a common definition and understanding amongst ourselves of what constitutes harassment or sexual harassment. It's also about having tools at our disposal that allows us to follow up, whether it's an ombudsperson or something similar. And also, what is the comprehensive approach that we have to rolling out this strategy? So that can start early with training, even from the outset, in terms of what are the values of the public service and how can we onboard our employees to understand what those values are and what the code of expected conduct is, all the way through to reporting systems with confidentiality, enforcement mechanisms, and also resolution. And I think part of that is, as we've discussed, I think we have an evolution of learning. And so sometimes we also need informal conflict resolution mechanisms, which allow us to call out incidents of harassment, but also create spaces where people can learn, where people can learn to adjust their behavior and how to interact in a more effective manner within our workspaces. I mean, I think one of the key things that Canada has put in place is a centralized reporting system for workplace harassment. So as you were talking about data systems and reporting systems, but it's also reinforced with a number of other programs that provides advice similar to what you've put in your own policy, where we have advisors, we have opportunities for confidential reporting, and we also have employee assistance programs, which allow us, even as managers, if we're unsure about certain things, if we need an ear or somebody else to reflect with on a certain situation, we have those tools available at our disposal, and those are completely confidential. We also need to recognize that certain people are duty bound. And so when we speak, it's important we understand who we can speak to in anonymity, or where we might have to be a little more careful in terms of how we report, because they also have a duty within our respective systems to act. I think also within the private sector, we have seen, many programs such as within Google, where they've implemented mandatory training programs that cover not only harassment prevention, but bystander intervention, which I think is one we haven't really mentioned, but is really important. We all, like I said, have a responsibility within the system. And when we see harassment, we need to be effective in knowing what our responsibility is to speak out, who to speak to, and how to help to address this situation. I think also the BBC is another example where they conduct regular climate surveys to measure employee perceptions of safety and respect in the workplace. And they use that feedback to adjust their policies and initiatives. And Australia has launched a national inquiry into sexual harassment in Australian workplaces. And this resulted in a comprehensive report that provided recommendations for organizations to improve their policies and practices. So sometimes it's also taking the risk of putting ourselves out there and noting, where we have some more work to do as governments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Shona. I think they spoke about the importance of trade unions in ensuring that this policy is well implemented. And I think that is very, very critical. And Shona also spoke about advisors, which is part of what we have in the policy. And what I observed about this new policy is the fact that it is very inclusive and it no longer focuses only on sexual harassment. I was fortunate enough to be part of the workshops that Christine and the previous person who was there, Mam Fanani. I was part of the the workshops that they did last year in all the provinces, and everyone who was attending the workshops was in tandem. They were all agreeing to the fact that there was a need for a policy of this nature. Then coming to the floor, I'm coming to the floor now. I am going to take some questions for my panelists, and I'm not sure if we have trade unions. Can someone, oh, okay, they are, okay. Can I get someone to assist me to quickly take the mic to the people? Any questions? Questions? Okay, there's one over there. Yes. The one here. Let me first take 3. And yes.
Thank you for the opportunity given. I'm Tobahale Nisiba from the South African Policing Union. For us, it is an input, it's not a question to the panel. Through the PSCBC, it is quite important. I think we clearly agree with Spiwe there that the role of labor is quite important in dealing with these issues. And as an organization, we clearly believe in collaboration. And then that is why we are saying that in each and every journey in implementing the policy itself, collaboration from highest, starting from the national office, even going down to the ground, it is quite important. We should not leave anyone not having any knowledge or not knowing what is it that's supposed to happen. So that is an input that we are giving, and without that, remember the unions we are representing the members at large. And as we are doing that, sometimes members might not feel comfortable to go to a manager. Sometimes a perpetrator could be that very same manager. And we are there as the vanguard of those members. So we just want to extend those words that let us collaborate so that together we can be able to implement in order to make sure that we are making the workplace to be safer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Collaborate. Please make sure when you ask or comment, go straight to the point. Thank you very much. There was a hand over there.
Thank you. My name is Wanda Peters from the Department of Public Works. I just wanted to find out why the authors of the policy found it necessary to put it in the policy that false allegations of harassment shall not be tolerated and whoever acts in bad faith will face disciplinary action. If we consider that sexual harassment is such a pervasive thing in society, and we are developing a policy to discourage it, and then immediately there, you're telling those who might go and report to say, hey, be careful. I don't know. There's a lot of silence. People are saying there's underreporting on this issue. And then we find it necessary to put it out there. I mean, if make false accusations, I'm sure there could be space to deal with those issues, but I would like to believe that they are very minimal. Lastly, I just wanted to find out how would this policy find itself permeating to society? I think we're developing policies to create a new model citizen out there. But how do we make sure that this translates to the school level, that a child who comes there understands that I cannot say, even if I come from somewhere rural in Kandla, I can't say Dudlundombi. It's unacceptable. A lot of the discussion, again, colleagues, is happening in English. I don't know what is sexual harassment in isiZulu, for instance. But I'm just saying that how do we make sure that this just does not end in the public service, but that it translates into society and that we create a model citizen and that the language we use is common to everybody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me take the third question. Please be very quick in asking.
Oh. And then I will allow my panelists to respond.
Thank you, Cindy. Protocol was observed. My name is Vuyani Mapolisa, Public Service Commission for the province. Few questions and to the point, Cindy. We want to acknowledge and echo the fact that yes, sexual harassment is an issue, and employees do not report it for fear and lack of confidence in the employees. As a commission, we are inundated with lots of those, and we're dealing with them. Then the question is, are the parties present here willing to partner with institutions supporting democracy, such as PSC, UNTP, ILO? I've already spoken to Ms. Flanagan. She has committed, I'm putting you on the spot, to partner with us in these endeavors. So to deal with the question that has been raised, how does this thing go to the society? We have got an institution supporting democracy, free of charge, that can take these matters to the community, quite objective, very professional, endowed with well-experienced professionals. Number two, Salga, the PSC bill now is extended to also include local government and public entities. I'm checking your appetite in partnering with us in venturing into that particular space. Three, Mr. Nyigo, organizational arrangements. Because we want to nip it from the bud, people don't have confidence in the labor relations units, precisely where they are positioned. Can we make an internal arrangement that unit of labor relations must report directly to the accounting officers to instill some sense of confidence? Yeah, I think I'll stop there for now.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm sorry for doing that. Okay, I will then allow my panelists to respond.
No, thank you so much. I'll be quick and straight to the point myself. I think we welcome the partnerships, the offer from unions, from the public service commissions, and I guess even from public servants as well. So we will even take it up from our side on that particular issue. Disclaimer, I worked with Wanda Peters when he was the speechwriter for Premier Bakura in Gauteng. So the response that I'm going to give is not influenced by that. But there is a very, you know, when someone accuses you of harassment falsely, your career, your name can be completely eradicated, completely. Even when they Google you on IOL, not ILO, the first thing that comes up, you will never see the retraction. It's you, and that you were once accused of harassment or violence in the world of work. So we need to have a balance on that one. And we need to have an issue of managing that. So the first thing that we're doing, if you look at the policy, we're talking about capacity building, we're talking about awareness creation, we're talking about improving the quality of data that is available, we're talking about improvements in investigations of allegations, so that it is quite clear each and every allegation will be investigated. So no one's going to come and say you are dismissed, this allegation is incorrect or it's not substantiated. It must be investigated. And that's why we're talking about committees, we're talking about harassment advisors and so forth and so forth. Because we understand what the impact of false allegations can do to an individual's career and even themselves. It's another form of violence, in fact, on an individual. So we need to find that very fine balance, but we also understand that there is that challenge that it might create a level of apprehension from someone reporting that they've been accused. It's one of the things that the police actually mentioned, that the reason why we're finding it difficult to deal with GBV is that it always happens, it mostly happens behind closed doors when there are just two people, and it becomes a word against each other. So we need to find a fine balance between those two, so that we protect, we make sure that resources are spent against fighting this pandemic, but also only on those areas that are supposed to be dealt with. So, but we will find a balance of that. Commissioner Mapolisa, I think it also links to what I've just said. We need a professionalized labor relations units. There are certain units that are legislated to report directly to the HODs. And you were an HOD, you will know how many reportees, direct reportees that you had to deal with. Risk. Sorry, you can list all of them, So it's not, and sometimes people complain and say, because you're giving it to the HOD, nothing will happen because the HOD is too busy. So we need to get to a stage where we have professionalized all the units so that they can deal with certain things in a manner that they're supposed to deal with them, without saying that they are supposed to be at this level. So we will work on that, but I think the issue of data governance becomes the key issue so that we can be aware and be sure of the veracity of the information that is contained there. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to.
I'm giving you 1 or less than 1 minute.
Okay. I would like to extend my submission on the issue of false allegation, Nico. So remember, colleagues, the false allegation don't only end up at work. One can also open a criminal case against the employee, the other employee for reporting that false allegation. So it is very imperative that the policy states very clearly that false allegation will not be tolerated, because also the employees have to be protected. Remember, the employer has a liability as well to protect the employee. So in case false allegations are made against the employee can in turn sue the government. So I'm in support of the clause in the policy. And on the issue of partnership with PSC, as well, that we welcome partnerships with all the institutions within the national government, because we are trying to build the national government space to become more professional. And I think it's ideal that we work together. We bring new ideas, we become innovative. Also, we improve on our systems. I think if we do that as a collective within the government space, we will go far. Thank you.
Thank you. Less than 1 minute, Simpiwe.
So maybe the issue of false allegations, the International Labour Standard I referred to, WANDA, does not necessarily put it the way in the policy, but it has an article that makes a reference on how there should be procedures in place, fair procedures that would actually ensure that no one is falsely accused. There was a question in terms of partnering. Commissioner, the ILO is opened in partnering, and I failed to distinguish this acronym earlier. There's ILO as an International Labour Organization, then there's ILO as an International Labour Office. So you are the organization, and we are the office. So at any time, that is why we responded positively to the letter from the DG. The last one is related to the question that you asked, Wanda, in terms of how do we make sure that this goes to school, the learners also benefit. I do want to indicate that the world of work is a defined community because we have people that are working there. Yes, they may belong to the communities where they live, where their relatives are, where their friends are. But in the world of work, it also becomes a different community because it is a community that is highly regulated. For an example, this policy is to ensure that there is no harassment in the world of work. So there has to be some correlation between what is happening in the world of work and what is happening outside. Because in a school environment, for educators, that's the world of work. The other people that work there, that's the world of work. But for the learners, it's a learning environment. So we need to acknowledge such dynamics as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Simpiwe. Shona?
Great. Maybe I'll just comment on partnerships to say that I think Canada has been very much engaged with the government of South Africa for, I think, decades now, a partner through building a capable state and now through this ethics and integrity project. I think we're really proud of this partnership in part because it's with the DPSA. And DPSA has fingers that stretch across the public service. So, you know, anything that we're doing centrally, our aspiration, of course, is that this is expanded throughout the public administration. And then lastly, just to say, I see a high level of political will in the room. I see a strong level of personal commitment in this room. I appreciate the comments that our colleagues are bringing up because it shows that there is a common understanding and this common commitment to really move this past just a policy, but towards implementation. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Shona. To all my panelists, thank you very much for such an insightful discussion. Can we clap hands for all of them? And in that note, I would like to close by saying, by echoing the words that Shona has said, political will we can see in the province, and we are very grateful to be seeing that. And we're saying zero tolerance to harassment in the world of work. Thank you. Mr. Machemba.
Hello. Okay. Let me take this opportunity to appreciate this good initiative, Minister. This is the monster to us as gender activists. We really appreciate it. Mine, I just want to, because in this whole document, I don't see anything that is referring to police. And part of this harassment, there's brutal rape of workers. And I'm worried to get Shenge. About how it's going to deal with such cases. And to us, those are criminal cases that doesn't need any committee. That must be taken in route, criminal justice. I have an experience Shenge, Prof. Mabuzel, Afe roads, who were brutally raped by other colleagues. If roads was having a kangaroo court of their own, they were not taking all these cases to police. They were not reported. That committee was dealing with those cases until such time kids march and say no. And we went there with President Matabil. We fought with him with how kids are. The unfortunate thing about that was happening was gang rape. And that committee were not dealing with the boys. We're just taken to that committee. You ask question. Tomorrow you are brutal rape. You're going to meet that same boy in class. What is the behavior? So we have to fight with Professor Mabuzel. But these are criminal cases. They must be treated as such, no kangaroo court. Each West that kangaroo court was only white doctors, females. And we're asking, how on earth, Prof, are you doing this? So I'm worried about this committee. Is it going to allow by bone case, but this is not us. It needs a root of criminality so that committee and with no teeth of dealing with criminal. So I want to check with it. As DPSA, are you going to have a monitoring tool? Zero cases. So do you have a tool to monitor this policy? What is going to be? Because we've got sexual policy that are gathering dust in all these departments. It's just a compliance thing. And workers are being brutally raped, brutally harassed. So in the FUNA, a monitoring tool from your part was even the HODs most of the time. They're also perpetrators. So these cases, they are swept under the carpet. Sometimes it's false. We know as gen activists, but it's not false. But kujikelo ecaleni wathengelwa imoto umntana wathengelwa indlu uyayibona because lo muntu uzaphela umsebenzi. So if it iphelile I don't guarantee that it's because I know ba kuthengwene athula umntana. So there must be a monitoring tool, a very strict one. HODs must be nayo into ezawubhayindwa ukuthi singabinayo le nto. Usengxakini lo epremier wethu thina every day usengxakini. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MC.
Yeah, please, I will.
MC. Okay. Thank you very much. Manage ixesha lam kakuhle. Mr. Mabunda ke sizawutya kwela lakho because most at the provincial level the premier and the MEC is my employer, at the national level the minister is my employer, so I can't reduce it as the minister. Let us invite you to come in, make a few comments and usher in the minister.
Thank you so much. There's only one employer in the public services, the Minister for the Public Service and Administration. Thank you, Program Director. There were some notes that were prepared for the DG, but last night I had a chat with her and she said, no, those are not the notes that we are going to share. She said, this is what I want to share. So in 1971, there's a song by John Lennon, I don't know how many of you know him, called Imagine. I can't sing, so I won't be able to sing for you. So in that song, he shares an imagination or a vision of a world that is peaceful, doesn't have violence, doesn't have crime, where we listen to each other and so forth and so forth. And the Director General, while she apologizes for not being here to be with us today because she's at a government cluster meeting, she says this is her vision. She appreciates the vision that we have through the public policy that we are issuing today, and she has a vision for the public service and public servants. So, Premier, she calls us to imagine a world where a mother is able to be free and at work to perform and to be productive. Okay. All right. Where there is no violence in the world of place. And where, Minister, we imagine a world where a young intern will have to worry about being sexualized in a manner that will make her not to be productive in the world of work. So this is where we want to be with this public policy. So we invite you to imagine a world where there's diversity, where diversity is embraced, appreciated, and celebrated. So when we talk about this, Minister, it's one of the things that we have appreciated with the Minister when he joined the department. And one of the things is that he's a politician. So as a politician, he allows us to be bureaucrats. So we don't have to play politics. So we appreciated that. And that's how, as public servants, and this policy is supposed to assist us. He is very passionate about service delivery, equality, and accountability. And we were able to see this when we attended his installation as the chief of the clan of the Buthelezi, where he comes from. We were very much happy there. We chowed some sheep, so we saw the hospitality of the minister. So on behalf of the Director General, Premier Epondweni Umatosini, and 1.2 million public servants, I have the honor to invite on stage Nkosi Ushenge, the Minister for the Public Service and Administration, to address us officially, launch the policy, and lead us in the reading and signing of the pledge. Shenge.
You can be seated. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I will try not to be very long because time is against us. I first want to say something about my sister Chuma. Where is she seated? Oh, she just went out. Okay. I wanted to appreciate her positive attitude. Because the fact that she couldn't come on stage was an omission on our part. But I said to a premier, I'm very happy about even that. Because sometimes we are too critical to ourselves. And such things, to a larger extent, exposes us to some realities that we must appreciate and also take into account how much needs to be done. Not to be too critical. She was very positive, as much as it's not something that should have happened, but she took it kindly because at a particular point, Premier, we must take a collective responsibility as citizens of this country to correct all the wrongs that are there. Sometimes we appear to be government. The next day, we are not government, we are the citizens who expect government to do A, B, C, D. Then the other day, we also embrace that government is ourselves. At a particular point, we need to have a discussion as to who is government and how does government function. Last week, I want to say this before I read what I have prepared here. How much do all these policies and legislation help us? Are they addressing the real cause of our problems, or they are just pieces of legislation that are there, which does not help much? That's a question that we must answer one day. I was in Uganda last week in a conference for professionals in the public space. I concluded my remark with the following. I'm going to just repeat that. You will understand why I said so. Having said everything about professionalism and all other things, I said Africa as a continent is torn apart. Our continent is bleeding. Her children are scattered, Premier, all over the world, outside this continent, not because of their own choice, but because they've been let down by the very system that's meant to protect them. They're struggling for their survival away from home. Their parents are dying back at home, unhappy men and women, because of their hopes for a better life, never fulfilled. Some of these people will never reunite with their country of birth. Never. They'll never even know their siblings. That's a plight of a black man in Africa. Premier, how did we land where we are? When I grew up, Your Excellency, Ambassador, public service was the highest call ever. When people join public service, it was like they are honoring God, they are serving God. How did it happen that we have attracted thugs and fools and all this kind of nonsense? People that ordinarily should have never come any closer. You know, there are symbols of quality somewhere which only attracts quality symbols. How did we become this kind of a symbol that attracts nonsense on everything? We are 30 years to our democracy. Maybe it's time to reflect. When you are young, you take risks. You waste to do all kinds of things as a teenager. You go against your parents and everything. But when you reach your 30 years, you begin to sober up and start to build. Let us use these 30 years to our democracy as the beginning of a journey to build. I do want to acknowledge the protocol as it has been established, but I want to particularly greet you, Honorable Premier. The darling, they said so when I was seated there. What I liked about that, Honorable Premier, you know, when people are calling you with such names, it speaks so much about the kind of a person that you are. That you are not a pie-in-the-sky leader. People can actually resonate with you. They can socialize with you. You're part of them. Not this, what you call super people. If you just come into a hall like this, everybody must panic because a premier has come, a minister has come. These are part of the nonsense that you must deal with. If you are a people's leader, you are never bigger than them. You see, now I understand why this program, never knows that I don't even want to be introduced. And I promise never call me a minister, I'm sharing it. Because when they say sharing, they invoke the actual Umzamo, who was born into public service, not this big boss that we do not know. High Commissioner, Your Excellency, Mr. Christoph, and the International Labour Organization represented by Mr. Mabel, and the United Nations Development Program representative, Mr. Matiso. Thank you very much. DGs that are here and DTGs, senior managers, and the representative from SALCA and the labor unions, public servants and esteemed guests. You know, when the labor representative or the SALCA representative, my sister was talking here, there's something that she said which mattered to me more than anything else. But she didn't explain on that. She said, there are some, I'm paraphrasing here, there are some issues of harassment. In your absence, my sister, I really appreciated your positive attitude. You are pretty indeed. And if I hadn't started speaking here, I would have come and kiss you on the cheek. So she says there are these issues of harassment, and she views them as a mother. There's something to say like as a mother. As a mother. Here, we must disrupt things. Maybe I shouldn't even read this. Where are we as a country? If we are two persons in one, we are able to view things as a mother like you did, which I appreciate. But we have the same us on our other capacities, where we come up with pieces of legislations that totally undermine a woman, totally undermines them. I'm not going to get that because I may be found wanting. But if really we are building this country, we want the dignity of a woman to be respected and restored. there are pieces of legislation that we should not enact. There are discussions that we should discourage because they add into a particular narrative which reduces women as pieces of objects and nothing more. Today marks a milestone, not only for South African public service, but also for Africa as a continent, as we launch the policy on prevention and elimination of harassment and violence in the public service world of work. This launch demonstrates our government's commitment to creating a safe, inclusive, and conducive working environment where all public servants excel in execution of their duties. Through this launch today, we are also declaring that there is absolutely no space for harassment and violence in the professional public service. Harassment and violence in the world of work are not just personal infringements, but they are an occupational hazard in a gross professional crisis that strip away the dignity of both the employer and the employee. They also undermine the productivity, overall performance, and service delivery. This launch, therefore, emphasizes government's unwavering determination to eradicate these menaces not only in the workplace, but from the world of work, with the aim of creating environments that foster safety, respect, and mutual development for all. This policy on prevention and elimination of harassment and violence in the public service world of work represents a decisive step forward. It moves beyond managing and preventing harassment and eradicating it entirely. It sets a clear and aggressive standards that harassment and violence in the world of work will not be tolerated, not be excused and ignored. His Excellency our President Cyril Ramaphosa, in his recent opening of Parliament, he urged every South African to take a personal responsibility in eradicating gender-based violence, femicide, and violence against children. So as public servants ourselves, must therefore lead in this charge, not only as advocates, but as enforcers of a culture that tolerates no abuse or harm. In terms of legislative and policy framework, our country's commitment to fairness and equity is sealed in our Constitution and reinforced by laws like the Liberations Act and the Empowerment Equity Act, as they provide a robust foundation to confront harassment head-on. So building on this, colleagues, the Department of Public Service and Administration introduced the 2013 policy and procedure on management of sexual harassment in public service. While this was significant, it was, however, not enough. And that's why the launch of this policy today indicates a fundamental shift where we are not only managing harassment, but we are eliminating it entirely. As I have mentioned earlier, that today marks yet another milestone for our country, South Africa, as it becomes the first African country to develop and approve such a policy, aligned with International Labour Organization Convention 190, the elimination of violence and harassment in the world of work. Indeed, South Africa is a leader. I used to say we are strategically located at the bottom of Africa, as if we are carrying the rest of Africa on our shoulders, and we dare not fail as this country. This is not for compliance, colleagues, but a total transformation as the policy seeks to achieve a zero-tolerance approach that emphasizes immediate accountability for perpetrators. On the other hand, it's a policy that offers support, protection, and empowerment for victims, while also fostering a professional, ethical, and developmental public service environment. The revised Code of Good Practice, Prevention and Elimination of Harassment in the Workplace, gazetted in 2022, further refines our approach, ensuring that every public servant work in an environment free from fear, discrimination, and intimidation. In KwaZulu-Natal, where I come from, all these learned ladies very able, professional people. If you are employed in any of our municipalities, you are looked down upon as if we are just a piece of object who actually pass through interviews on the beds of senior managers and politicians. That's the extent. People have gone through discipline, they've earned their degrees and everything, but they've been reduced to nothing that can pass an interview except to allow yourself to be slaved by these nonsensical leaders so that you can get the particular post. So these achievements reflect our government's firm resolve to lead by example and to place human dignity and equality at the heart of public service transformation. Let me be clear, colleagues, that our zero-tolerance stance on harassment and violence can never be a negotiable issue. We must remember that this is not just a personal issue, but a professional crisis, as I said, that affects the moral productivity, the very fabric of our service delivery. Today, as we also commemorate the International Day of Persons with Disability, within 16 days of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, we recognize the compounded vulnerabilities faced by individuals with disabilities, where harassment and violence intersect with exclusion, thus creating a barrier that must be demolished with urgency. So through this policy, we pledge to ensure integrated approach to these challenges by committing to address the needs of persons with disabilities and other vulnerable groups. Our commitment, Premier, to inclusivity therefore means that no one will be left behind and no one will suffer in silence, and that inclusivity is not a goal, but a lived reality. One of our challenges, Premier, is that our government lacks the ability to fire and hire. That's one of our challenges that is there. We've got people who commit such crimes, and then we wait until to say, oh, no, they will be proven guilty by courts. To some extent, where there is prima facie evidence, and we can't act decisively on people. And I'm happy that Labour is here because they must work with us collectively. Because sometimes it's us as workers, because we all belong to formations, which is good. But where you find an ethical dilemma now, where I belong to a particular organization and I'm charged on this, what do? Do they represent what we stand for, or they represent their member? There's an ethical dilemma that we need to address. Last Friday, colleagues, at the National Batupile Awards, we celebrated outstanding public servants who embodies ethos of professionalism, excellence, and ethical service. Such excellence and professionalism can never thrive in a toxic environment. Therefore, a workplace culture that allows harassment, discrimination, and violence erodes the ability of the public servants to perform to the best of their ability, and it undermines our collective mission of a better life for all. Through this policy, we send a clear message that professional public service is one where every individual feels safe, where every individual feels valued and empowered to contribute to the best of their abilities, and where violence, pervertism, and harassment have no place. By fostering a culture of no tolerance within the public service, we will be enabling our fellow public servants to excel, to innovate and collaborate, and to serve their fellow citizens with pride and purpose. We will be protecting and empowering employees, particularly women, persons with disability, and other vulnerable groups. By eradicating harassment, we will be fostering accountability and responsiveness at every level of public service, and doing so not merely as a compliance exercise, but this will be about rebuilding trust, enhancing professionalism, and positioning public service as a model of integrity and equity. As I often say, we dare not fail our people. Again, this is not just a policy imperative, it's our moral obligation. Colleagues, this launch With this launch, we aim to eliminate all forms of harassment and violence, but promote equality and mutual respect. We aim to protect the rights and dignity of every public servant and every fellow South African, while also reinforcing our constitutional mandate. In all these endeavors, we owe our debt of gratitude to our partners who have walked this journey with us. I extend my deepest appreciation to the Government of Canada, represented by Your Excellency here, Christophe, for their strategic partnership and invaluable support. Your support of the study of the impact on corruption and transformation, and your role as a sounding board on the technical aspect of this policy emphasizes the power of international collaboration. To the Premier, my brother, and your leadership in this province, we appreciate you for hosting this historic event and for your commitment to implement this policy across provincial department. Now, hear it from me, not anyone else. We didn't choose this province just to reflect on it because it's guilty of such. No. From the history you shared with us when you were welcoming us here, as to how many battles were fought in this province, this is one of them. In the years to come, when we have achieved our mission, we will reflect and say this is where everything started in this province. The Department of Public Service Administration and all public servants, let this policy serve as a blueprint for transformation, accountability, and ethical leadership, and that it reflects our shared values and aspirations. As we launch this policy, let it be known that this government will not be intimidated, weakened, or deterred in its pursuit of professional, ethical, and safe public service. It is our promise to ensure that every public servant, from the intern to the director generals, feels safe, valued, and empowered. As we move forward, I call upon all public servants and leaders to embrace this policy as a tool for transformation. Let it inspire a renewed culture of respect, accountability, and ethical leadership in our institutions. Let us always remember that the dignity of our employees is inseparable from the dignity of the services we provide to our fellow South Africans. Let us reaffirm on our commitment to the ideals of justice, equality, human dignity, and understanding that together we can create a public service that embodies these values in every action, every decision, and every interaction. Let us not be intimidated or pushed around by the fears in our minds or by the challenges ahead of us. Together, let us ensure that public service becomes a beacon of hope, a model of equity, and a symbol of integrity, and a force for the transformation of our society. To our international partners, the International Labour Organization and the United Nations Development Programme, to you we affirm our commitment to excellence, because indeed, there is no place for harassment and violence in the professional public service. I thank you. So at this moment, I will ask the Honorable Premier to join me, and the Commissioner and Your Excellency Ambassador and the IOL representative, Mr. Mabele, to join me as we launch and sign the pledge. Thank you so much. And everybody who should be part of this milestone to just come. I think we're going to sign there. Or we'll read the pledge, then he's dictating now. I think we should come all this way so that. Where's the pledge?
It is on the screen, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
How are we going to read it?
Oh.
Yeah.
So we'll read it from.
Oh.
Oh, but we will.
What did you say?
So we read like all of us, yeah? Yeah, so we can start. Yeah, it should be all of us. No, let's. Oh, you can come this way. So that there were some other mics here. If they brought them, yeah, they are coming. Let us wait and do it properly. The other mics should come this way. Oh. We will let us get go.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Oh, they wanted only one.
Maybe you can read and we'll follow you.
No. Let us go 1, 2, 3. We commit to
maintaining a workplace free from harassment and violence by enforcing strict no tolerance policies and providing continuous education and support. We pledge to uphold everyone's dignity and safety, ensuring transparency and accountability in all our actions.
We so pledge. But your pledge speaks about the workplace, yet we're talking about the work, the world of work.
We can have.
There was my friend here.
Has not been claimed yet. Sasniki Hotel. Thank you very much. May we give the leadership another round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is amazing. Uzithathile. Imoto engu JCP 548 EC. Ireyo. No, Audi. Red. Yabona la moto mosime phambi kwemoto yePremier ivalele iPremier. If you know what's good for you, konto zakwenza yena iPremier. Yena uzakuxolela, he's a darling, uzakuxolela. Kodwa abanye abantu abajonge la moto Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues. We have come to the end of our program. Ndiyancipha mna ngoku. We invite Dr. Anusha Naidu from DPSA to do a vote of thanks. Asele evala. It has been a pleasure. It has been an honor. My hours get salary, but outside of the world of work, I come at another price. Of course.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Indeed, we'll send the check to you from the DPSA when we're done. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand on the protocols observed by those who have come before me. My role is to give you the vote of thanks. And in doing so, let us sum up the day by saying that today, as we stand at the threshold of transformative change, as alluded by all our speakers, and in particular the Shenge, we must dare to disrupt our status quo. And only when we dare to disrupt shall we make a difference and shall we see transformative change take place. We must refuse, ladies and gentlemen, as our Shenge has said, to ever accept the status quo. We're 30 years in this, and by now we are all adults ready to build. So I want to give you the assurance as one of the parties responsible and in charge of this policy. Shenge, this shall not be a compliance tick box exercise, colleagues. It will not be a compliance tick box. I'm at the helm of this policy together with my DDG seated here. And we shall make sure, Shenge, that this becomes a living organism. There shall be no zero tolerance. And Ma, from Eastern Cape, MEC, I will be monitoring and evaluating this. And women managers, we are sometimes our worst enemies. And we shall not tolerate and allow women to ever look down upon another woman again. And so we will be looking very closely at the women and making sure that we have zero tolerance. So we are profoundly grateful to each of you for bringing us to the Eastern Cape and for making sure that your contributions make today a success. Ladies and gentlemen, we can stand as the DPSA and speak a lot to you, but you seated here today are the very bedrock of this groundbreaking policy that my Shenge has pledged into solemnly declaring today. And I didn't say my Shenge, I said our Shenge, as in my Shenge. To our Shenge in the House of the Legends in Eastern Cape, they have a darling apparently in their premier. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make it known that in the house of our kingdom, Batopele in Pretoria, we have a sweetheart called Ubaba Shenge. We thank you, Shenge. Your leadership has not only guided us, but also inspired us, ladies and gentlemen, in a systemic shift today towards a more equitable workplace and world of work. Shenge has said, have fun at work. And this, if I could simply translate, means a happy employee is a productive employee. There is no space for harassment. Thank you, Shenge. Your vision, sir, is our beacon. Thank you very much. To the Premier of the Eastern Cape, darling, Yeah, unyielding support and dedication, Premier, have ensured that our roots of this policy, as Mashenge has said, will spread deeply like the tree, like the roots of a tree, and wide across your province, bringing about real change and tangible change. And in 30 years from today, you and I may not be here, my darling, but let's be rest assured that we would have left a change behind. And I thank you for that, sir. A sincere and profound thank you to the Government of Canada and His Excellency, the High Commissioner of Canada, our sponsors and your team, sir. As you can hear now, I'm changing my accent to the Canadian, so might. Your international insights and the collaborative spirit that has been shown to us by the Government of Canada over 30 years, in fact, have been instrumental in strengthening our frameworks, bringing very much global perspectives to our efforts and elevating our standards to world-class level. In the future, the Schengen and I promise you that we in South Africa, we aspire to reciprocate by sharing our achievements and progress with you, showcasing the works that stem from this very partnership. So our country will be visiting you and putting it on the map as well. So thank you very much for that. To our esteemed MECs, your diverse perspectives, Ma, thank you for joining us. And unified commitment have always fortified our mission, making our policies robust and resilient across all sectors. We thank you for that. To the Public Service Commissioner, sir, I've been hearing your remarks there in the back. Your keen oversight, your wise counsel will continue to ensure that we maintain the highest standards of integrity and accountability as we roll out this process and policy. It is non-negotiable. There must be integrity and accountability in every single thing that we do, in professionalizing the public service and at the same time in rolling out this policy. Representatives from the International Labour Organization, our other sponsors, your expertise in labor standards is just not, an asset. It is also our guiding light, ensuring our policies, as the Schengen said, aligns with the best the world has to offer. Ladies and gentlemen, let's pause for a second and acknowledge there will be no best. We as South Africans, we are born, and what we say is that Africa is our birthright, and we will always remain children of South Africa. Thank you for reinforcing that, Schengen. Colleagues, also the UNDP, your focus on sustainable and inclusive governance ensures that our policies are not only fair, but also sustainable, setting global benchmarks. To all the heads of departments that have come out here today, you are the engines of this vision. Your leadership in driving this policy across your departments is a catalyst. And that catalyst must ensure its successful implementation. Heads of department, we are watching you because we have committed today to zero tolerance. So every head of department, we're going to be unfortunately watching you closely, and I will come and visit you. The representatives from the South African Local Government Association, SALGA, thank you for being the vital link that that connects our vision with the grassroots of our communities, ensuring it, as the Schengen said, we shall leave nobody behind. To Mamina, SALGA, always send me. I'm always available. That must be the vision of every public servant. So while we wear the jackets of bureaucrats, we must always think like an entrepreneur. Always think, where is there an opportunity that we can make sure, SALGA, that we remain the corridor to our people. And then to the incredible teams from the Department of Public Service and Administration, my team, and the Eastern Cape Province, colleagues, you rock. Your relentless dedication, your meticulous planning. Okay, we will only decide that after lunch. We still got lunch to taste. But really, this has been a huge success. So, in putting this all together, this is our moment to shine. It is Africa and South Africa's moment to shine. And as our Schengen has said, this is the first for the continent. We carry as the South, the tip, we're carrying Africa. So let's carry Africa with pride. To all of you seated here, it's our moment to shine, to show that dignity, respect, and safety are not just our ideals, but they are foundations of our work environment. To all of you, we thank you. You rock. Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, I declare as I close that I need to hand over some gifts, and the Shenge has promised 2 kisses, 1 to Chuma. Thank you very much, Ma. You were fantastic today, but you did say that the Shenge can share your kiss with me, so I get 2. Up first is the Shenge MPSA for the DPSA. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up to my Shenge. Thank you. For those of you who have cameras, you're welcome to click this name.
For your kiss. She's asking for a kiss.
Thank you, baby.
Thank you.
Next up, ladies and gentlemen, my darling. House of the Legends.
Very much, very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Tom.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. His Excellency, the High Commissioner, Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to take this picture. It may be trending in South Africa this evening. Who comes last? The next one, Ms. Boitumelo Modiga Salga, followed by Ms. Shauna Flanagan, Government of Canada, Ms. Cindy Matiso, UNDP, our program director, if you could come on as well. Ms. Kumba Bokwe, don't worry, I will come right down to give you your award. And then ILO, Ms. Simpiwe Mbele, if you could just come each, give a hug, get your gift, thank you.
A hug.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Program director. Thank you very much. Thank Mr. Nico Mabunda, who has been instrumental in helping the team. He receives this on behalf of the team. Thank you, sir. You can take a picture. Chuma Bokwe, rise and shine. Can I take a picture with Honorable Minister, please? That's not me. Let's wait for the minister. It's an opportunity for the case.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
To our principals, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome everybody in the audience to please sign our pledge. Just remember your signature also goes international, so you really want to sign that one. And please sign it with all your love, respect, and dignity. We're going to call the program close, and we will be serving lunch at the restaurant. So please join us and mingle and network during lunch. HODs, if we can also ask you to please sign, MECs, etc. Thank you very much. Principals may want to leave first. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. DJ music.
That would be great. Thank you.
I'm required to